What's going on, guys? I hope you're having a fantastic Friday night. Oh, I'm here myself, so I didn't turn something off. One sec. All right, there we go. Hi, this is Big Man. We are back for more game dev. We're going to be fixing the things I said I was going to fix last time because I was trying to fix some things from essentially I had gone to a play test a week or so ago. Saw some things that needed to be fixed. We're fixing them. Didn't get through them on Monday's stream because I've cut that stream short because I got a new job and it's just I got to go to bed earlier on those nights. So in this and the second stream is been moved to Friday, so we can actually put some time and effort into this. But what up? Let's get started. Game is celestial crash. Let's get into it. All right, so the last thing we did was try to get some buttons working on the tutorial. And with all intents and purposes, I need to just go ahead and get rid of the big tutorial. And we kind of talked about this last time, but get rid of the big tutorial for a bunch of, and make them into a bunch of smaller ones. I just don't want to do that right now. I got other things I need to do. We got a lot of other things to do before well, not a lot, but we have definitely some things we need to do before we hit demo. Like one thing, I gotta fix this. In tutorial, the buttons that are about to come up when you can pause don't actually do what they're supposed to do. Okay. So yeah, these don't actually work like they're supposed to. Go to the pause menu, really, and this will cause an error when you go in here. That's not good. And really, it's the wrong buttons. I need to switch out the right buttons for those. No, this is the same thing. Okay, so now the exit button completely errors there. So not only does the pause button works, but takes you to the wrong button. And I don't know what to do there. Well, I need to fix the button first that takes you to the pause menu, or take the button out of. I know there's a different set of buttons I already have for this, so maybe I just need to move those there and take those buttons that are currently up there out of there, because those are for the those are for the levels, not for tutorial. And so I need to move those buttons out of there, move the right buttons in. And I think my problem's solved, but I don't think it will be. I think there's other issues we're going to have to resolve as well. Excuse me, I did not mean to burp up dinner. Let's see. So there's those buttons. Where are my tutorial buttons at? Or are they in The pause me. I think these are right. Should I just get rid of the pause menu altogether in tutorial? Revin, what's up, man? How you doing tonight? Having a break from coding? Okay, good, good. Good, it's a good chance to rest your mind. How's the job hunting going? What am I doing with these guys? Let's go look in the code for what we're doing here. Feel like you have brain fog? Yeah, it happens. It sounds like burnout, man. That's exactly what I feel like when I have burnout. Like I know the stuff, but I feel I'm trying to clean the dust from each part to clean the dust from each part to answer. Feels so weird, like I'm having the knowledge, but it's blurry. It sounds like you're really pushing yourself, man. You might want to sometimes I know that when I'm studying something that for one, I'm a kinetic learner, so I have to actually desk with it, but sometimes I have to take a break from it and it'll come to me. Like if I keep pushing for the answer, my brain will put a blockade in front of it, if that makes sense. And so I have to take a break, let my brain kind of refresh, reboot or whatever. And then the answers start coming to me. Yeah, there have been times when I have been coding. This is a true story. Excuse me. It's like, nope, you won't get to that part in your mind where it has the answer. Yeah. I've been coding and this was back in the earlier days of IDEs where it doesn't just give you the answer of what's wrong. And so I was trying to debug a program and I just could not figure out why it just was failing. It just would not compile at all. And then I went to lunch with some guys and I saw the code in my head as I was getting lunch. I saw the exclamation, the semicolon I was missing. I remember back then, the IDE didn't just give you the answer. So I saw it in my head after I had gotten away from the code, completely. Yeah, I've had moments like that throughout my entire. I've had multiple moments like that throughout my coding career. The answer would just come to me in my sleep, or not really in my sleep, but I'll be laying down, and my mind will still be running through the code, and I'll be like, oh wait, that's the answer. Or maybe I should try this instead. And then I want to get back up out of bed and actually do it. And I'm sitting there irritated because I want to get up and I know I need to go to sleep. So I've had those moments too. Job hunt now is that I applied for government job, but they're doing security stuff. So yeah, it took me when I had to do security clearance for access to, what was it? I mean, it was government documents, government data. The FBI investigated me for a year and then sat me down and asked me about my financial status. They really, and they knew everything. They dug into me hard about my financial status, things in my past, financially at least. I guess they were trying to make sure I wasn't going to be bought. I couldn't be bought by somebody. Yeah, I'm sure. Yeah. Yeah, I'm sure they do that as well. They didn't ask me anything about my family, but I'm sure they do that too. So what happens if I don't move this? Tutorial pause button. That's me. They had me getting all the info and sign on it. Yeah, that make you verify everything they found. Yeah, it makes sense. Well, at least hopefully it'll take you like a year like it took me. And really, honestly, I don't even feel like it was worth it. I mean, it might be worth it to you, but for me in my situation, like the job that it required me to have it for, like wasn't a great job. I look back at that, like I did all that effort for like really not a lot. Sorry, they told me it would be like $150 a month, $250 a month. But yeah, I'm not complaining. Need to step in stuff. Yeah, oh, exactly, dude. Yeah. But your first job is not going to be glorious at all. You're definitely going to be like a digital paper pusher, essentially. But look for your opportunities to do cool stuff that'll get you like get you experience. Yep. Okay, main menu to pause me. Main menu to pause menu switch. Where does that happen at? I'm sure it's not here. It's called from the code. I did one freelance project for 20 euros. That felt good. Good. Yeah, build your portfolio too, man. But it was for someone I know website, so not review or anything. It was for someone I know, not a website. Oh, okay. Not review or anything. Okay, I got you. Yeah, still. Even if you can't show it to anybody as an example, you still did it. That's still experience. You can still put that on a resume. So I'm working on something a little bit on the side here. How's it going? So where I'm at now is I took it to a game jam a couple weeks ago and just found like the game ran well, but people just didn't get how to do certain things. And so now I'm trying to figure out a good way to make the game I want to say user-friendly, but not really. Kind of yes, user-friendly, but also I know there's some changes I need to make it more understandable to people. To be honest, a lot of games are lazy now. They need to hand-hold it. True. I will agree with you on some of that, but in my situation, I kind of got it. It was things like people would go in and they would skip the tutorial, right? So they would just go in and they would start clicking around because they just want to play. And that's understandable. But I gotta show them somehow that, you know, you're not supposed to click, you're supposed to just move your mouse around. You're supposed to, your hand is supposed to like flow around things instead of trying to click on things like that. And then like one person didn't understand the gravity mechanic. They just was like, why are things moving around? And I didn't explain that at all anywhere. Like, well, I kind of mentioned it in the tutorial, but like, I also wonder if the tutorial is too long. And so I've been debating about breaking that up into different like levels of tutorials, but I'm not going to do that anytime soon. I sent you the vid I'm watching about C#. Have a look on it. Seems good. You said you sent it to me. Oh, you, okay. You whispered to me. Okay. I can't show stuff from YouTube on here because I've already got hit a couple times. 12 hours?
Hello and welcome.
Oh, it's Cold Monkey. I think I know this guy. Now I don't know him, but like I know of him. So that's probably really good. Yeah. It's really something I should do, honestly. Like I could easily learn some things I've probably overlooked in like just learning C# on my own. I mean, it seems comprehensive enough to get a good overview and refresh. Yeah, most definitely. There's a lot of things I need to do that with that I just don't have time for. Like definitely Unity would be one of those things in itself. And probably like 3D like math mechanics, stuff like that would be good for me to kind of go back over. Vectors and matrices and all that stuff. How's your job going? Like, are you still web? Actually, the current job I have now, I am doing full stack with AI, but I just started this week, so I have not gotten into anything. I've just been doing like the tutorials and the things that have you come in and say, hey, these are things you don't do when you're here. These are things how you don't do this or you'll get fired, that type of thing. See, that's the thing. I haven't started any of that yet. Like I've literally just been doing like the tutorials of, hey, don't ever plug your devices into our machines, even the charge, that type of stuff. But they want you to use the AI. So there's different AI tools and like the initiatives they want to use AI for. They definitely want us to use AI tools for our work. And again, we're still getting to it. And I think the team is also very new as well. So there hasn't been like a full comprehensive go through of everything they want done. So they're just putting this team together that I'm a part of. But it definitely is going to be like some type of, the end goal of it all is going to be like some type of AI implementation. Because everything is AI at this point. These jobs ask you for AI questions interview or not. So this one did. And I was told by, because I go through a contractor. I'm a contract employee. The contractor preparing me for the interview, the person who at the contractor company or whatever who was preparing for the interview said they may ask you AI questions, but they've been inconsistent with the other people they've been putting forward. So I kind of brushed up on AI, the stuff I've done with AI and kind of terms and stuff like that. But I also, he also told me like they may ask me architectural questions. So I brushed up on my architecture stuff. And they did. They asked me about Terraform and things I've done with cloud, and they asked me some AI questions as well. So I got through all of it, and like they offered me the job like almost immediately after like the interview. Come on, YouTube, don't make me verify myself again. Yeah, I mean, and it was because right now in the States, like the job market is very slow. They accept only U.S. people. Actually, no, half my team is gonna be overseas. What are you doing, YouTube? YouTube popping up this stuff, making me verify myself. Come on now. Hold on, I'm doing something off screen. And it's kind of the thing I had told you about. Like I am not like a cloud expert and I'm not an AI expert, but I brushed up enough to know things, to understand how things work. Like I didn't have to be an expert in all those fields. That's great. If you give me the fields that I can study and apply, that would be good. Oh, I'm just saying like that. Cause like my specialty is full stack, right? So that's not AI, that's front end, midware, back end, right? And my specific specialty is Java, Spring Boot, and database, because I'm also kind of a data engineer with some front end, with essentially React at this point. But I knew enough about cloud and about AI where I impressed them. And that's what I was telling you before. You don't have to be an expert in everything. You just have to show them that you have a working knowledge that you can, essentially a base you can learn from. That you have a good understanding of the subjects. Well, I'm having to verify for YouTube. Jeez. It's ridiculous. So basically, you refresh on React, SQL, and some AI information is decent enough. Pretty much. I mean, my SQL is, I've had years of SQL, so I'm pretty versed. I'm versed enough where I can just jump on a database and I kind of understand how most databases work. My React is just like a couple years of React. Even though, like, when I was looking, because I was about to say earlier, like the U.S. job market is so. Let me know if you. I'll drop back to this if you get called into ads, but the U.S. job market is very slow right now. So this was the only interview I had gotten. Well, I'll say it's the first interview I gotten, and I only really had 2 interviews between like getting laid off on my previous job and starting this one. So like that's very rare for me. But this was the first interview I got, and I got it. I gotta verify twice. I mean, I probably set up 2-step verification, but jeez. What's up, Mr. Human Limits? How's it going tonight? I'm all right, man. Just had a very boring week of starting a job, but it's all good. Nice to be working. What you been up to? Playing with me. Oh, nice, nice. Okay. How you liking it? You missed the Wednesday stream. It's amazing. Good, good. Yeah, I'm impressed by what I've seen of it. It was Twitch only. Me and the wife were playing. Well, she was playing Fall Guys, and I was kind of shotgunning. Do they give you AI membership for good models, or do they pay for it? From what I understand, we'll be using. I can't remember what it's called, but it lets us pick our model. It lets us use multiple services type deal. So yeah, I'm not paying for it. No, they have their own plans. David popped in for like the last 30 minutes. Amani, we're calling her wife man 24. No, Amani. So since I've got people here, y'all can help me test a couple things here. Like that. Well, here's what I spell it. We've got a couple new commands. We've got 3 new commands I haven't rolled out yet. Haven't fully rolled out yet. Exclamation point, Sue. Yeah, I think she uses that online a lot. So she's used that for years. No, I've been married now for like 8 or 9 years. So close to a decade. Yeah, there you go. So there's that one. There's Sue. There's Sherma, and there's Star. And then there's Quote. Before you use Quote, let me explain it to you. You get her to play with you on stream now. She's actually wanted to play Fall Guys. She played a couple years ago. And so she wanted to get back into it. So I was like, hey, why don't we just hang out on stream while you play? And it's like, that's what we did. So we've got exclamation quote for YouTube. There's also the redeem here as well, but all these are also redeems. You put your quote after, the command, kind of like TTS. But it stays on the stream. It stays on screen. So remember, TTS applies. Oh, not TTS, TOS applies. No, I didn't, because I messed up and kept like saying names and other things. I messed up on that stream, so I went ahead and got unpublished it. Why not you, Sherman? Not you, Sherman. So sorry. What? What are you talking about? But if you use the quote, that is permanent. It is on stream until either somebody else puts a quote up or at the end of stream, and it's also stored. So I have it in perpetuity. Yeah, Sherman has a cooldown. YouTube has cooldowns. Twitch doesn't. Twitch just uses their points for most things. But the quotes are stored, and because I will, like, in a year or so, like, go back and look at all the quotes and like write something. Good grief. You guys get it for not having, you guys don't have to store points like Twitch. That's why you have a cooldown. Anyway, I will write something that will output the quotes after you say something eventually. So you can be harassed by your own words out of context. And I may even, if you have an avatar, I may even put like a word bubble next to your avatar when you, for your quotes. There is a way you can double dip though. I mean, oh, I need to find if it's possible. Oh no. TOS applies, man, on both Twitch and YouTube, so be careful. Okay. What if I don't move these? And what if I move the other ones out of the way? Let's see what happens if I don't move these, where they end up. Main menu to pause, menu switch. I'm not sure what that means. Actually, let me figure out where this is at. Oh, whoops. And there's no takebacks. If you say something that you don't want up there, I'm not taking it off. And I'm not removing it from the database. Just saying, Mr. Human Limits, specifically to you. Let's see. Where or what? Calls that function. Suppose. You'll never get rid of it. You'll never get rid of me. Oh man. I can still veto now. I will say that. I will veto something off the screen. It's still saved though. It'll be on. It's on. It's initially on screen until it's replaced or the end of stream. But it's saved. Where is this function being called? So do I just exclamation quote and then, yeah, exactly. Exclamation quote and then whatever. Man, I feel it coming. I feel the pain coming. Pose. No. What is calling that function? Tutorial. I know it ain't that. It's probably the pause menus. Exit. No? Okay, is that function even called? Is that function even called anymore? And I have worked on a bunch of other stuff too, man. I have there was a bunch of commands for controlling my avatar, but I couldn't get it working. Or I got it kind of working, but it's not ready. So I'm just gonna hold off on it for right now. I have more time to work on it. Wagging though acutely, Biggie loves role playing with me as my owner. Bark Wolf, he pets very. See, you only get so much space, and I may have to do something about those removing certain characters as well. And I probably want to put like a border around that. I love playing role-playing as your master. I just realized what you just said. Lies. Let me see if I can make that look a little better. I'm not taking away your quote. I just want to fix the way that quote looks. Okay. Nuzzles into bed and goes to sleep. I see the rest of that. It shows what my message wanted to. Yeah. Okay, that looks a little bit better. I might later style a border around that. I don't want to get into that right now. The fact that there's more people's desire to know they will. Actually, let me put an outline around there real quick because it's going to bother me if I don't. Okay. Gonna make me regret this, I know. But I feel fresh after this break, not gonna lie. I hope so, man. I hope so. Whoops, I didn't mean to do that. Sorry. That was me trying something. It says outline. Where's the outline? Oops, no, that's the text. Okay, never mind. Oh, you know Spanish? Okay. This is a English only, by the way. Just saying. That is a rule. of the stream. Okay, I'll work on it later. Just trying to put like an outline around the thing, but anyway. All right. I was hunting down a function. Ah, Dora, yeah. I mean, Hola, so Dora, I mean, it just means you watch Dora the Explorer. I mean, no, I literally never said. Plus, I do like what you think, even though like it's not that serious. Wait, okay. What do you mean? No, I don't. I literally never said I do. Plus, like, what makes you think I even do? Like, it's not that serious. I completely missed what you were going for there, man. Being over defensive. Talking about me? Oh, you. Okay. Okay. Like when you ask someone something embarrassing and then they start saying random stuff to cover it up. Dude, YouTube's asking me to verify. It's getting ridiculous. Like their security is just going nuts. All right. Let me try to figure out what this thing is. Menu. Oh, this is if you pause on the main menu. Can you do that? Oh, it's right here. Okay, that's what that is. Okay. I'm using the pause menu as the settings menu. All right, never mind. I get it. So that's fine. Okay. I can't believe I had to go back and look at my own code to figure out what I did. So I probably need to change that to where put your name, then it says, and then, maybe not. I don't know. All right, but anyway, let's see about not moving this and see what happens. Well, no. Wait. So this moves the pause menu back buttons off the screen and moves the tutorial pause buttons on the screen. No, wait a minute. This moves it off. This moves it on. The settings pause button. Where is this guy at? This is probably all I need right here. So what needs to happen is when they call for the interface, the UI to come up, it just needs to not call or not call the animations for those other buttons. I think that's what I need to do. I think that'll be a better way to handle this. Kind of glitz, for a second. All right, man. You can walk around the world since it's a cylinder space shuttle, and once you do, the map loops. So cool. Huh. Okay. You talking like a hub world? Or is it like almost like it's a Metroidvania? So I'm guessing like, that's kind of interesting thought. I have to see what that actually looks like. That's the whole world. Yeah, I'm sure. I know it's kind of like a Metroidvania, but I know what a Metroidvania is like pathways that lead to different places and it loops around. But I'm wondering how you're talking about it. I'm trying to understand how you're saying it works. Yeah, so here's what needs to happen with this. If you keep going left, you will loop around and end up in the same place. Right, that's the way the Metroidvania will work. I mean, kind of, just the pathways. You keep going the pathway, you come back around to where you started, essentially. But I have to see what you're talking about. I think I get it, but I have to see what you're talking about. Yeah, exactly. It's a new game. Actually, it looks really cool. So here's what needs to happen. In tutorial, I need to get to where I can do it. Yeah, these do not need to come up at all. The animations need to be stopped when that button's pressed. Instead, when we are in tutorial mode, we need the tutorial exit button to show up. And the tutorial exit button should take you to the menu. Do we need to go to me? Maybe just leave. Maybe just go ahead and let them leave. But to use AI in our coding, what I understand is that you need to prompt effectively to get what you need, so that the skill, that a skill I need. That's actually one thing that I've been told by my, I guess he's gonna be my manager, to look into. He gave me a book on prompt engineering. So yes, that is a thing I'm actually learning right now. I've spent some time looking into like modern what's a good way to put it? Modern AI setups, because I already took some Udemy classes on like general AI and machine learning, and it was AI, machine learning, oh my goodness, AI, machine learning, and I can go look it up on my phone right now, but AI, machine learning, current AI applications like SageMaker and stuff like that. And there was a third thing that I can't put my brain on for some reason. One sec, because I'm gonna go look it up because it's driving me nuts. Deep learning. That's what it is. So I've already taken Udemy courses on AI, deep learning, machine learning, and modern AI services like cloud services. But they wanted me, starting at this job, to learn like the current like landscape of AI and prompt engineering. So essentially, I'm kind of modernizing myself to current setups in prompt engineering, the way prompt engineering works with that. So I had a base before I started of just understanding that stuff. What I'm talking about now is a meta course, full stack, but they use Django for the back end. And why not Node.js? There's different reasons for Django over Node.js. I can't think of them right now, but I actually did look this up. There are different reasons. I believe, if I'm right, Node.js has just better like what do you call it? Ease of use, if I remember correctly. But Django has like stuff that Node doesn't do. I cannot think of it for life of me. Let me look it up. Let's actually have a. I'm just trying to refresh myself on what I read. Okay. Right. Node is data driven. It's single thread, by the way. That is a good point. Node is single thread. But here's the thing. Django is Python based, and Python out the gate is really single thread as well. But I'm guessing they may have probably set that up to multi-thread. Robust template, automated. Oh, let me ask, is Django multi-thread? Well, let me see. Because I wonder if Django is faster. Notice asynchronous non-blocking, event-driven. I'm gonna look at that. Hold on. Maybe if you use TypeScript, Node will be slower. Hold on. Is Django multi-thread? It depends on if you're running it in development or production environments. That's weird. Okay. So production is you only get multi-thread in production? By default, Django development is multi-threaded. Behavior creates a new thread for every request it receives and allows it to handle multiple concurrent requests. Okay. What model do you use now? Because I use Sonnet. Well, personally, I don't. I'm not. I've been experimenting with it on stream about what different like models I would use for different stuff, and I've tried Claude. I've actually done comparisons of ChatGPT, Claude, Gemini, Copilot. I've done it a couple times on here actually, so I don't use anything specifically though. But yeah, so while wait a minute, is Django asynchronous? To evolve pure anchors destroy into one, how it supports. So it does both. So Django can do both, where Node is just asynchronous. It was synchronous, and then it evolved into supporting both synchronous and asynchronous. Yeah, Node is specifically asynchronous. It's not synchronous. Where Django has both. So if you need an immediate response, Django would be the way to go. And it's multi-threaded, so it should be faster and scalable. So that's why you would go with Django. If you need speed and scalability, if you need more options. Otherwise, you have to do asynchronous event-driven. But isn't asynchronous can act as asynchronous or a trip? Synchronous is like your connection is going to wait for a response. Where asynchronous, you're throwing it and then your response kicks off whenever it comes back. There's no reason to treat it as asynchronous as synchronous. You would use that for two separate things. Yes, but if you don't wait asynchronous, will it be synchronous? Okay, so you use the await when you've got the task already running. For when you want the task to wait, right? You don't want the task to end because it's gone through the code. You want it to wait for an asynchronous call inside of a task that's running separately, right? You tell it to await in the task. So you spun off a separate task, but then you say, okay, now I want you to wait here until this part is done for a response. But that is not the way Node is working. Node is working event driven, where you essentially send out your request, and then when it comes back, the event is kicked off. So your code goes off and does whatever else, and then your code is set up to in the event to do for the callback. Essentially, the callback will actually kick off once the response comes back from wherever. You would not treat synchronous and asynchronous the same way. The way you're saying it would work, but it's not the way you would ever do it. Okay.
Tizzle beats.
So I need to, when I'm in tutorial, I need this not to play, and then I need to do an animation for that other pause button, for that other exit button. I'm looking for an example of when I'm doing the game mode stuff. I just go look up the variable. Current game mode. Okay. Tutorial. So I want it when it's not tutorial. You told me you can back in. You told me you can back in .NET. I have a whole communication suite built with in .NET backend. I called it the RevCom suite. It's actually what I'm using for my game Infernal Arena, where it's built with the it's built with a C# server, and it had a C++ DLL for the client. Any resources I suggest? For .NET, I learned that kind of on my own, so I never really used like any books. I read a C++ book once, but that was a long time ago when I first started programming. That's kind of the thing I do. Being a Connect learner, I choose a project, and then I try to work on the project to learn. That's what RevCom Suite was. It was. I wanted to do something where, okay, if this application can talk to something locally, then I wanted to make it so it could be that it could communicate on the internet. And so I made a whole setup where there was processors, client, server, and then the database and the web server resources. So I wrote processors. Oh, you beat the boss? Cool. Oh. So I can find it. Where all my clips go?
Certified badass.
Never mind, you celebrated too early. Excuse me. Sorry. The processors, I wrote them in Ruby and JavaScript and C Sharp, so they could be used in by different types of applications. The JavaScript one uses web sockets. The Ruby and the C Sharp one talk to a C++ DLL client. And all three go through either the web sockets or the client to talk to the server, which is C Sharp. And then the C Sharp C Sharp server can talk to the databases or the PHP web server stuff. I built that over years, teaching myself all types of ways to do things. All right. Yeah, right here. Does it only need to be in the levels? Excuse me. We'll try it that way. Supposed to have like 4 health here, but I got scammed out of 1 by a glitch, and there's probably more I was supposed to get and missed. Yeah, that's one thing about them new games, man. Like, they're probably having a couple glitches they're going to patch out. We're going to a level, try this out real quick. I didn't mean to do that level. I want to go on an actual level. Just means more a goated player for beating it with less help than intended. Also, you still beat it? Okay. I'll give it to you again.
Certified badass.
Okay, so they're there now. But I gotta... Okay. Oh, you didn't. Let me take it back. I reversed it. So the main topic for net would be how to write an API, also WebSockets. Is that your opinion? So the reason I did that though, 'cause I wanted to learn networking. Like none of I do really for my jobs really requires me to know networking. Like I understand like TCP and UDP sockets now and WebSockets and how they function. But yeah, like having a REST API, like I write for work for my previous jobs, I wrote like REST APIs, and none of that ever like these. You never need to know how that's a TCP socket or whatever. But it's good for me to know because I like networking and I wanted to write that for my game. Having real-time chat is enough to learn WebSockets, or is it too simple? If you want to learn like web communication, then you need to learn WebSockets. But you don't have to, right? You could just set up like Spring Boot on your back end and React on your front end, and you'll be fine. Like that. That takes care of that for you. You don't need to know WebSockets. Like I wanted to write an application that used WebSockets, so I understood how that communication worked. Or you just have Node set up and you have like Node and whatever Angular or whatever. I mean, would it be helpful if I created a chatting online so not use it? Yeah, as a project, yeah, sure, that would be great. Like if you want to learn WebSockets, then yes, that's a project. Would help you with that. And in fact, I will even right now that repo is not accessible because it has some issues, but if you wanted to see my repo, I would let you see how I had that working. I will show you that code. Yeah, just hit me up outside of here. Yeah, I'll actually I get the do I have the command for it? Now, I don't have it accessible on here, but you can see the repo. Oh, wait a minute. I'm trying to remember what repo that is. I have a couple. Let me actually go look at that and see what's in there. So I know those two things are there. I think it's there as well. I would just need to give you access to it. I really want to go back and fix the issues in there and make that visible again. Okay. You mind if I look at it on stream? Burn project, simple front end project. Full stack e-commerce. Nice. Okay. React first Vite. Okay, cool. I need a little bit of Vite. The one is broken. I still don't publish the working one, but I have it ready. Okay. Like I said, I've got that whole entire project I told you about. It's got a broken. I did some optimizations on the C++ client because I realized it had a memory leak in it that got worse as more things you push through it. It was functional, but the more things you push through it, the more the memory leak happened that was losing things. So I tried to do some optimizations, and now there's a crash bug in there that I cannot find. And so I went ahead and hid that because I don't want anybody pulling that. But the thing is, now that I've written my Steam networking stuff, I've written around that C++ client, so I don't even need it. Exactly, that is exactly the problem, and I can't figure out where the crash bug is, because it's got to be like some unallocated memory somewhere, but I can't figure out where it is. I spent weeks looking at it before I just kind of like, I give up. I can't sit here and work on that and do everything else. But like the Steam stuff I've done, because I've got Steam networking working for Inferno Arena. I wrote around the C++ DLL. So now I route my networking through Steam for that game. So I would like to actually go back, ask AI. I did try to get AI to help me, and it gave me some wrong answers. It'll tell you, oh, I found what this problem, and then try to code and it's not fixed. Exactly. No, but yeah, I actually did use AI, and it did give me bad information. Specifically about Steam, though. Not about my code, but but now that I know that I don't need the C++ DLL, I could see getting rid of it and just going and doing those same workaround as I did with Steam. Without Steam, but yeah. All right. It's okay to just copy the code of an API like Stripe because they use some weird syntax we had to memorize. Is it okay to just copy the code of an API like Stripe because they use some weird syntax we had to memorize? I mean, if you're asking me it's okay to copy code, I would say it's okay to learn from code. I don't know about copying. I mean, I know you're joking too, but yeah, yeah. I actually one time built something for, I mean, it's not learning. They just have a specific naming for the API you need to follow. Huh. Oh, wow. It's name specific. Okay. It's, oh, not name, but it's nomenclature specific. But that's how Spring Boot does it with some of their naming conventions, where you have to have it follow a specific specific patterns. All right. Go back and fix this. What if I do this when it's not tutorial? So how you do it in Spring Boot, you just learn to memorize how they write it because the same happens with Bootstrap. Yep. Yeah. It's just like if you want with JPA, if you want like a function tied to your what is it? Tied to your repo or your database. I must say your entity. No, not entity. I'm losing the what you call it, but essentially, like say if you want to have it run, have it create a function for you or you want a function that will, in your database, do a search for this field and that field, you have to say the function name has to be like field name is and field name is like the actual function name. If I remember correctly, I'm probably not explaining that correctly, but it's something like that. Okay, I didn't see that. I'm gonna have to fix that. Maybe we move that down a little bit. In tutorial, okay, so it's not coming up. So now we need to have the animation for the exit button come up. So let's make our animation for our other button. Our tutorial pause exit button. Where are you? It just needs to be where that pause button was coming to. Well, this pause button, where this was coming to. And also, I might actually change where this is coming to because I don't like where it's going when it shows up with the timer. It's misaligned. Yeah, because this is aligned with this. It's not. And if I bring those up, I feel like it's going to look bad. Okay, well. Use debug log or write line. Console write line is, I mean, it depends on the language we're talking about. Console write line would be for like Java or JavaScript. Debug log is most likely for both our C#. Okay. I don't know. But the thing is, console write line doesn't work if you're not writing a console application, right? Console write line doesn't do anything if it's not a console app. I don't think console write line works in Unity. Oh, I'm going to try to write it. Huh. Or does, hold on. Is that system console? Oh, hold on. Let's see. But where is it writing to? Oh, let's actually look it up. Heck. Oh, there is a console log, isn't it? Yeah, it's saying there's a console. I've just never opened it. Window General Console. Yeah, but it does. Oh, wait a minute. Oh, hold on. Yeah, it's the console. But it doesn't write anything. Because when I do this, that should write out here. Unless I didn't save it. No? So it doesn't do anything in, at least this doesn't do anything in Unity. It's debug. See, if I put debug in there, right at top level, don't write it inside. Well, this is happening because it's doing this animation. Watch, here. Yeah, that's what I'm saying. I was about to do. Oops. All right. Reboot. Or recompile. See? So console doesn't do anything here. Yeah, if you write like that, if you write like a DLL like I did, console doesn't do anything for you. It has to be a console app. I need to do that other animation. Well, I need to figure out where the position of these guys are going to end up first. Because this is position right, it's the original position of the original pause button. But now that I got this, well, either this needs to move down, which is most likely going to happen, or these need to move up. But if I move them up, we're going to go too far up to get these in the middle. Or should I kind of move these sideways and have the buttons go across? I kind of like that a little bit better. Yeah, I kind of like it better than going across the top. So let's do that. We'll move the timer over a little bit. We'll move the pause button over, and then we'll readjust those. Oh, let's actually unpause that. Now pause it. Whoops, don't have everything. You can't put all that stuff, can I? Nope. Where is the timer coming from? The clock image, the timer background. The timer. Yeah, it's right there. I guess I have to move it separately. Let's just move that over for right now. Why won't you move on? Why would you not move over? What do I have to do for you? But Big, if you come across any roles that accept remote, remember me, would be thankful. Yeah, I mean, if I know anything that would be like remote internship kind of deals, because that's where you're at right now. Is you probably have to come in on an internship because you would be at junior level, but you don't have the experience yet. But yeah, if I know of anything, I would definitely hit you up. Well, you, by the way, Ribbon, you were the one that did the you're the one that did Boolean's website stuff, didn't you? If I remember you correctly. Okay, just that's why that way I'll know what you've done. Okay, thanks, man. Like I said, I'll keep you in mind if I find out anything or I hear anything. Okay, how am I moving this thing? Oh, it's got to be on pause. That's what it is. Well, because the timer. I hear that's what you gotta do, man. That's all you can do sometimes is work on yourself, work on your skills and your understanding and knowledge. That effort will come across. Okay, I've got to do this real fast. Pause. Yeah, okay. So it has to be unpaused for it to render there. Okay. I'm not going to do this fast enough though, but let's see. Are you on the 6.4? What do you mean 6.4? Oh, you talking about Unity? I'm on 6.2 because I'm tired of. I'm waiting on updates because every time the last update I did to 6, because of that whole Unity thing with the remote execute issues, bug. I had to redo some stuff, and I don't want to do that again. I'd rather wait until like I'm ready to do updates and then just update. Like when I'm at a spot where I have time to do it. I don't want to do it while I'm in the middle of something and have to go fix stuff again. It's best to keep the same version you started the project on. It's best. Well, I believe in, pulling in updates. Like I do believe like you can, you want things like optimization, improvement, stuff like that. You definitely want to pull that stuff in, but you don't want to do it and mess up what you're working on currently. At least you want to be at a state where you can say, okay, now I have time to fix anything that's broken. Bit far. That's probably good. Actually, I'm taking a picture of the wrong thing. Really, only one value change. Okay, so now we pause that. We move our timer over, and then we take, we record what we, how, oh, blah, 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 blah. We record where we move that thing to. Not the whole thing. We make those gaps look a little similar to, get them growth just a little bit. Now with the timer, are we, how are we moving that, by the way? Or are we moving it at all? Are we just making it just not there? Timer section. We're probably making the components invisible or something like that. Timer background. Yeah, we just turn off the renderer. So moving it shouldn't be a problem. Oh, I didn't save this out. What? Am I still on? Am I still on YouTube? I just noticed my OBS, my OBS was doing something very weird. Okay. OBS was just being weird. All right. Okay. Oh yeah, I was moving things. Ooh. Okay. I'm sure that was the right value there. Hmm. Mm-hmm. Let's try it again. Let's actually look at those actual values when we move it. If I want the timer section. Nope, I don't want that. I want that. There we go. But I want this. Okay, that's weird. That was not the value I recorded. Maybe I went the wrong thing. Okay. That number seems way too far off. Okay. I just need to fix where the animation drops this guy off and pulls him from. Whoop, did I do that? It just needs to match the other guy. Do you default yourselves in using collections instead of arrays? It depends on what you need. Collections is better at memory management. If you're going to be adding things, arrays might be better if it's static. If you're going to be changing collections, and I will look that up just to be, don't take my word for it, but I believe collections are good for if you're going to be updating and adding, and arrays are better if you're using static data that you want to go fast through. I mean, I take it because it lets me add. I mean, I think I won't be costing me this much specs, especially on people. Yeah, no, it's not. We're talking about minuscule amounts of data. But if you're doing if you're trying to prize speed, then you need to know which thing you're going to be doing. Yeah, minuscule amounts of data and pretty fast data allocation. Either way. Kind of tough to determine sometimes. Well, I'll just look it up. Just like one time, I was wondering, should I use a linked list instead of a queue for something I was doing? And then when I looked at it, or a list or a linked list, because linked list used to be very fast in the C# era. Oh, sorry, the C++ era. But when I looked at it, lists have actually come to the point where you don't need that they can be faster than linked list especially if you're updating. Linked list is if you're only going one way. Because the cost gets ridiculous if you're updating those linked lists. Linked list is like a monster that is scary to me. Well, it's just one element points to the next. So if you're just having a static list that you're adding to, and you're always going to go in one direction down the list, then a linked list was the fastest way to do it. Now lists may just actually be better than regular lists might just actually be better than that now. It's like long division. All right. Right. Grab this guy. Come over here to you. That's not right. Something's very wrong with this animation stuff. It feels broken. This interface, because I know that's not right. Because that was working. And now if I go back to it, why does that say it's not working? I know that works. I know this value is different on this side. Like if I go in here right now, it should work. Like I didn't make that change. It broke it. That is so weird. That is crazy to me. And I've seen that before, but I didn't realize how much of a bug that actually is. So it changed it just because I selected over here. Because I didn't do anything. All I did was click here and then click here and it matched the values. Like it changed it over here. that feels like a really dumb bug, an interface bug, where it's not clearing this out with the right value and it's setting it. Luckily, I have to change both those values anyway. That seems really bad, really dumb and bad for an interface to do that, but anyway. Right. Animation Blender are really bad to the point it feels like I must use Blender. Anyways, yeah, you have to use Blender. While they are, I've seen them, they've got their, I think they have an animation system. Well, okay, there is an animation system in Unity, but Blender is well more times better in its use than in that function than Unity is. Unity is fine with playing animations and blending animations and stuff like that, but actually making animations, no. You have to use Blender or Maya or something like that, some third party software. Okay. I got to be really aware of that next time when I mess around with this stuff, that it'll just clear out your values. Okay. So this is when it's on screen. Off screen is when it comes on. Okay, so I need off screen first. Okay, this is when it's off screen. Okay, now what are we here? 3802. And all we need to do now is just reverse you for the other guy. Gotta be very careful here. I think I was put that in the wrong place. But... and then this one. It's the 3802. Okay. Got it. There we go. So it's a little bit more space between those two, but that's fine. I can live with that. Let's see how it looks on another level. Looks great. Okay. So now we can go do our tutorial button, but first I'm going to grab me something to drink. Or just get me some water. I'll be back in a minute. Did not mean to do that. Forgot to take out the mute. Sorry. Gosh, I forgot to take out the mute. I gotta remember that. I may have to combine those buttons. And that's what I'm gonna do, because I gotta redo my my control setup over here. It's one of the things I've got listed to do next. I probably have to do something like that where it's a whole setup of because this is 3 buttons. This is 3 buttons: the avatar, the BRB, and then the mute is a separate button. So every time I come back, I gotta hit mute, avatar, BRB. I need to combine that into one button.
With your hands. 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 With your hands.
Okay. Let's see here. Let's actually see if the animation works now. Or it was working before, it probably wasn't visible. Nope. Why are you not visible? Quick question from those of you liking if you have a variable in a class and you want to pass it to a function and you change the effect the variable has on the class, what do you do? If you change the effect the variable, okay, hold on, let me read that. For those like, you have a variable in a class, okay, and you want to pass a function, and this change will affect the variable in the class, what do you do? Well, are you talking about like, you might have to give me an example, because if you're just talking about like it changes the function of the variable, I would change the variable name to match what it is, what its function is, right? If that's what you're talking about, like procedural stuff, let's see, if variable in a class, you want to pass it to a function, so you're passing a variable inside of a class to a function. I'm guessing, are you passing the variable in a function in the class or outside the class? This change will affect the variable in the class. What will you do? So if it's mutating inside the, okay, wait. Hold on. All right, 2 ways. Hey, David, how you doing? Limits can I don't, he was here earlier and he left. Okay. 2. Okay, so it's mutating the value. It's an internal function that is mutating the value, right? Because I'm guessing age is in a class, and so is adds to and the two signatures of adds to. And this change will affect the variable in the class. What do you do? Is outside. Why would you pass a variable in a class outside of the class? That seems like just sloppy coding, honestly. Because if you have a variable, I mean, this is how it is. This is how it is. But I mean, that's not the way that you would do that, though. You wouldn't pass a variable in a class to an outside function. What you would do is, why would it be in a class then? If you're going to mutate that, you control the mutation through like accessor functions. Yeah, maybe I'm misunderstanding the way you're putting it. Right, it's two separate functions in the class. Okay, then that's fine. So I don't get what the issue is. You can mutate inside of internal functions. I mean, you can mutate outside, but you wouldn't want to. You shouldn't. You should control access. But inside of a class, you would want to mutate your values by function through functions. That way you're not giving direct access and you're controlling where the flow of logic. Okay, David. But in this case, like this function has age will still remain with 32, 30, 35. No, wait a minute. Want to be 37? Right. Adds to will add to that function. Wait a minute. No, because you didn't use this. You have age in the function as a function parameter. So no, it would not change the class value. Is that what you're trying to do? You're trying to trick me with? You trying to hit me with a trick question? Age will not affect much because it's in the copy. Right, it's an ant. So wait a minute. No. Hold on. Let me go back and look at that. I feel like, hold on. Dang it. Twitch, can you let me scroll? Okay. Int age equals 35. Adds to has a parameter age that you sent in. So you're updating the parameter. You're not updating the class value. If they're both in classes and you have the parameter of the same name, you have to use this dot age to update the class parameter. Anything you pass in there is not the class value. It is the parameter value. Because you've named the class value and the parameter value the same name. So it's going to default to the parameter value when you update. You sent me an image. No, I'm telling you. Oh, hold on. Okay. That's not the way you put that though. You had int age. You had int age in your example. That's what I'm saying. I'll show you. You messed up that example. Adds by 2 or whatever. Because this is what you did. Oh. Yes, it's a new quote system. You can put a quote there and it will stay, and it will overwrite the person's quote, and it is captured. So I will use that later for future embarrassment if you say something crazy. How you doing tonight, Robin? We're having a programming dispute here. Okay, so what you did here is this wouldn't update this anyway. This is at class level. You had a variable of the same name as parameter. Yeah, go back and look at what you wrote. You don't write C# function put. I know that. This is example. This is example. Yeah, Ribbon comes in here every once in a while. If you wanted to update that, you would do right. That updates this. This just is updating. Well, it's not updating anything because you're passing in reference, so this doesn't get updated. But this is the value being passed whatever calls the class adds by 2, and then an age. You see what I'm saying? And this doesn't get updated either. What did it think you wrote? Oh, it said CUN. You don't need to call com. Age is fine. I missed to say because it cut that off because I thought you were putting in a website. Do you like the example? Then I confuse you. Looks like no. Go back and look what you wrote though. You wrote the same name for the in your example. You wrote the same name for the class value as the parameter value, and then you had this. You don't need to write that. You do if this parameter, if this parameter is the same name as this class, yes, you do. You have to write this. Now, if this was page, then no. It would look for this. No, I see the example you sent. The example you sent says what you meant it for it to do, but that's not the way you wrote it in what you put in chat. What? Wait a minute. Where did I put age plus age though? I mean, I don't get where you're pulling that from. in Ribbon's original example. Wait a minute, let me look at his original example. Go back to Twitch. Well, this was his original example, right? So that's what I'm saying. Like, this doesn't get referenced at all on the big screen. Yeah, the example you sent me works like you say it does. That's not what you wrote in chat. That's what I'm saying to you. Yeah, no, this works as you say it would. You're not updating because you say number here. Yes, this is not getting updated. This is not updating anything because it's passing as a reference. You see the difference between what you wrote and what your example is? Look at it. This is what the example. This is what you wrote in chat. Any questions? This is your brain on drugs. Any questions? Now I'm gonna get that PSA as a redeem. Now fix what? Then you would just make this number plus age plus whatever. Of the age, right? All you would need to do is just say, in this example, all you would make it do is this number, really, and that's it. Because you're just adding. If you're adding by 2, you won't even care what this is. Like, this makes no sense to begin with, but I know it's an example. What do you mean tripping? What do you mean? It's a bad example, but it's just supposed to be to show you reference versus passing by value. All right. Yeah, the example he sent was was just an example of, like, if you pass something by value, it doesn't update the original value. Right, you would use it as a reference. Yeah, you would use the reference value, the keyword, yes. But wait. Okay, hold on. Let's go back to that example. Hold on. I'm gonna show you something that's might be silly. Hold on. Let me bring it back up. Okay. So why would you hold on? Well, in case passing reference, you actually need, right, exactly. But why would you do that? Why would you pass a reference value in here to be changed, to be mutated? I'm learning it. So this was the example. I get it. It's an example, but it's to avoid triplets. I still feel like you wouldn't do that. Like, in most cases, you wouldn't send tuplets, yes. And again, I know it's an example. Just to make a better practice. So I'm trying to actually think of when would I would use references. When would I use a reference? And the only time I would use a reference, examples if you need to return a value, but also you want, yeah, I do. And I have done that. What's a good example that I can show you? Let me see if I can open some things up without crashing my computer. I shouldn't be showing you this, I don't think. This is the C++ client that I wrote one time, that I told you I wrote and subsequently broke. No, this needs to be the C++ stuff. Hold on. Where's the server? Oh, right there was one. Go back up. How'd I go back? But that's a requirement for that stuff. That's not something I wrote. Well, let me find it. You wouldn't need to, you just turn a value. Exactly. So if I use age for both, it wouldn't send a copy of the, it won't send a copy of the variable. But if I use age for both, it wouldn't send a copy of the variable. Now, if you use reference, it would be the reference to what was passed into the function, not the class value, unless it is the class value that you're passing in. But why would you pass a class value into a function of the same class? I mean, from the outside, like instead of a number, it makes age still be the same. Okay, so here, this is not a class value. All right, let me see if I can find that example I just had. Okay, that's just. Where was an example where I used references a lot? I know I have before. Yeah, and I can't give you permits because it will. I've seen it mess up my bots. But I get what you're saying. Like you want to update rotation velocity. Because you're returning rotation, but you also want to update the rotation velocity based off of what happens in there. Why do you even block links? Who's coming here? Man, you wouldn't believe. Like SurveyBot actually takes care of that now, mostly. But you still last stream, someone came in here trying to solicitate their artwork. I have to allow what you just did. I see that joke. I had to allow it. Ribbon actually got caught by the SurveyBot. I ain't got enough people to even have mods, dude. But it was so cute. It was so cute. Amani, who was sitting right here, my wife, was actually like, you don't want to hear about their artwork? You want them to show off their artwork? It was so naively cute. It was beautiful. I mean, I'm fine with having you mod, but last time I did a permit, it unmodded my bot. So I have to check and see if that's going to happen again. Yeah, exactly. I guess I only have so many things so many mods I can give out right now. Okay, man. But to your question, I had that up because I was going to answer your question. Where was it? So this is a function value, right? And you just want to pass the value in, but you would do it like this. Oh yeah, you wouldn't do it like that at all. You would do it like let me change this music. Okay. You would essentially just do it like oops. I mean, and I'm sure you already know this answer, but I feel like this is just for the example they gave you for teaching you reference. I mean, really, you would just pass the new value back and mutate when it comes back. You wouldn't mutate in a function unless you wouldn't send a value to a reference to mutate in a function unless you were specified to, like Robin was saying, where it's returning a value and it needs to update that value. So make it, yeah, exactly. Pass the mutation back so you're in control of it. Now, the only way you would want to do this is if you're doing something like this. Like if you're passing in two values, you need to update. But this is like I won't ever need to use. And I've never, I think I've hardly ever used tuplets in my life. Let's look up what they are. Because if the way you program, you shouldn't need to do this. Your function should be very simple. Order immutable and unchangeable collection of elements often used to store related data, different types, such as database records. I mean, it depends, though. It would be a designer pattern that works well with it. Yeah, yeah. I recently adopted a new design pattern that makes big if else obsolete. Okay. What's that pattern, by the way? I need to be more into that because I just need to be more on top of that stuff. I'm not gonna get all of this tonight, but it's a finite sequence of numbers that you can just pass in. So essentially, you would put all your values in the tuplet and pass it in, similar to JavaScript, where you can pass in an entire object into a function as parameters. Zero conditional logic for a lot of stuff. Zero conditional logic. Is that the name, zero conditional logic pattern? But JavaScript, there isn't sending a copy of the thing, right? No, object, if you send in an object, you're sending in the reference to that object. It decides for you. If you're sending in a primitive, it's the value. So it decides if it's sending in the reference or the value. Let's say you have a state machine. Oh, I know exactly what you're talking about. Okay. So yeah, you're sending in the dispatcher and the states, and you, okay, yeah, I see what you're saying. Oh, interesting. Okay. So the example in JavaScript will mutate the value for me without having the reference. No. If you send in an int, it will not mutate. Now, if you send in an object with an int and reference that, it will mutate. Action map. Apparently, design pattern is called command. Yeah, command dispatcher. Exactly. Yeah. Failure pattern decouples command logic performs to route the request. Yeah, it's a request router. I got you. Dispatcher's a singleton. Let's execute. Very cool, Robin. I came up with the idea to get rid of 45 else if it's yeah, else is in the bot. Yes. Okay. It wasn't about performance, although it does boost performance. It's about making the code not gross. Yeah, no, I get that. And don't look at the code for this, because this is ridiculous with if statements, where I should have done things like treat things like state changes, and used more delegates and stuff like that. Kind of what I'm doing in Front Arena. Okay. Why are we not seeing this button? That's gonna make a difference. So basically, I can make a primitive send a reference to a function. Wait, I have never noticed that. So basically, to do that, JS, I need to always make an object or an array. Right. I mean, if you want to mutate, well, again, the only reason you would do that is if you have a, okay. So the way I do it in JavaScript is when I have to pass an object, it's an object of preferences, right? But you could mutate things in there, but I wouldn't. I'm just using it as a bunch of settings I'm passing in. I try to refactor instead of refactor, but sometimes you gotta do, yeah, no, because things change on the ground. Like sometimes when you're writing code and you're writing big sets of code, like, you know, you gotta refactor on other pieces, on connected pieces sometimes. But yeah, if you want to mutate an int for some reason that you've passed in, you have to wrap it in an object. And then you can do dereferencing, right? Is that what it's called? Dereferencing or deconstruction. You can do deconstruction to pull that value into its own variable, or pull the reference into its own variable. Again, why would you do that? I think, is it the reference or the value? I can't remember at this point right now. I'd have to play around with it again. Okay. I wonder. Those are the. Wait, no, these aren't. What is the difference between you guys? What am I missing here? It's got to be that it's not showing up because of the canvas, right? Oh, wait a minute. Did I even set up the animation properly? Okay, obviously not. But that shouldn't matter in the testing. I still should see it. I guess we could go ahead and set it up just to see. It should work. I don't have the animator yet. Actually, that's not what I want. Work. Work, damn ya, work. Actually, tutorial. Anyway. And far enough tutorial to see if this works. Oh, enter. No, didn't work. Okay. Let's make sure we're getting here. What am I doing? Okay. So we're getting there. It's just, if it's there, which it looks like it is, then it's not being rendered. Why are you not being rendered? There's not much difference between you at all. Crappy 920. What's up, man? How's it going? Oh, Samar, how you doing, man? It's going all right. I'm making some changes based off of the actually based off of some playtesting that happened at the last meetup. Right now, I'm trying to get a button to appear in tutorial. How you doing, man? How you doing, man? What's you up? Oh my goodness. Ugh. Hey, man. What are you up to? Oh man. Tell it's been a long day. Oh, okay. Let's see. We're testing to make sure this button shows up. And it did not, but it moved. Chilling, about to watch some anime with my girl, but tomorrow I have a long day of game dev and studying for a stat test. Okay, nice. I'm glad I was able to catch stream. I'm glad you were able to stop by, man. What anime you about to watch, by the way, before you head out? Attack on Titan. My girl's never watched that for. Oh, she's in for a treat then, man. Oh man, it gets convoluted as hell, but it's actually one of my favorite ones I've ever. It's one of the most blah blah blah. It's one of my favorites. I call it anime Walking Dead. So y'all have fun, man. Let me know how it go with her. If how she takes some of that stuff. I know, I love it. Yeah, yeah. It's got some really great writing in there. And it's a really cool twists and turns. Let's see. What do I have to do here to make this button appear? They're exactly the same. What am I doing wrong here? I'm missing something here, and I can't put my finger on it. Hmm? Oh, I had the wrong thing selected, that's why. This one is, that's the settings one. Doing nothing. They're only showing us moving. I'm going to kick myself when I figure this out because I know it's something simple. Okay, here's what I do. Excuse me, guys. Hey, oh, I got a cough. All right. I'm going to actually move it. Move it myself physically to see if it's actually a render problem or if I'm just doing something wrong with the coordinates. Okay, so we know that's there. Let's go over here to where this guy is. Let's just physically move him and see if he actually appears there. Or did I just change that? Okay, it's not changing position at all. Huh. Interesting. Yeah, I've done something here. Well, I don't think you can move them anyway. When the animations, you got them set to a position. I mean, that one does let you move it. Is that because the animation doesn't change? Yeah, the animation doesn't change the X position. That's why. Well, let's take the animation off right now. Let's see if I take that off. Okay, yeah, so let's remove it. Okay. Okay. But what's there now? Hmm. So it's visible. So is there something wrong with the animation then? Why are you not showing up? I mean, you aren't moving at all. Why are you on the text? Or why do you show up when I select the text? You are weird. Was that turned off? I mean, that was playing a lot, but I don't think that's right because it would error. Okay, that was weird. Oh, nobody to be in the tutorial. Okay, it says you're there. Middle center. Middle center. I mean, it's the exact same button with some slight differences. It's not. Wait a minute. It's there. Oh, I've been putting it on the wrong position. This was a me fault. This was a mea culpa. I've been setting it to the it's been working. I've set it to the exact wrong position. I set it to the position where it's off screen. Where they're off screen. I needed the position when they're on screen. Great. That was a bunch of time wasted. I'm sure that works now. There it is. But it's going to the wrong place. I definitely don't want it to go here. That exit button needs to go. What did the exit level button do? A lot. I wonder if it needs to do half of this stuff. Or it just needs to call. Just need to call the function. To bring up the menu. What is it calling now? I also need to do my function to my animation to move it out, to get it out of there. Slow switch. What does the pause menu call? That's the pause menu for the... Wait, what is this, by the way? Am I even using this now? I got so much cleanup to do on this game. So that moves it off screen. So the pause menu, but we won't need this anymore because we're not going to the pause menu anymore. We're just getting rid of all this stuff. Which I'm glad to do some cleanup, so. I feel like there's just a function I need to call, and I don't remember what it is. It's supposed to be a main menu. Let's go to tutorial end. Tutorial exit. See, we don't want this anymore. We want to go to main menu, but I know there's a function call for that. Main menu switch. So in tutorial end, that's probably what needs to happen. What's left for you to do in the game? There's still a bit much. Definitely sound and effects, which I need to get somebody to do. I don't have the money for that right now. I'll get to that eventually though. Translation, which is coming up. I'm going to translate text into I know Chinese, maybe Japanese, and maybe Spanish. And I think that's it for demo. Let me bring up the list. I have a list. I have an informal list, which that should not be up there. Where is my list? List. There it is. All right. Sound effects. I think I got the first starting levels. I think I'm good with this. So we can actually say that's finished. Sound effects, general cleanup. We're doing playtesting, localization. So really, yeah, there ain't that much left. This is gotta do. That's done. Just gotta do clean up, and we're doing the playtest now. So yeah, the only thing left really is the localization. That's the big deal. Well, sound effects, we got to integrate the sound effects when it's done. So that'll take a little bit of time, but this is going to be somebody else's effort. But yeah, and this is ongoing. And this is left to do. So yeah, and then the cleanup is just going to be just cleaning up. Oh, save. Yeah, so it's not a lot before that's just the demo. There's still a bunch of stuff after that because we got to do well, there's going to be playtesting, so there's going to be changes based on the playtesting, most likely. We're going to have to do a bunch more levels. I need to get the capsule art done, but that's outside of the game. Anything else after that? Oh, we got to do the Steam stuff. But that's of course after demo, because I want Steam achievements and I want levels connected to the Steam achievements. So like when you beat a level, you get a Steam achievement, and that'll let the game know that you beat the level. And then there'll be other achievements, of course. What I would really like to do with Steam achievements, though, is have a highest score period per level. So the first person that gets it is the first person that just gets the highest score in that level. But then the next person to get it has to get a higher score than that. And so it just escalates for each level. And I don't think that's possible, but I really want to see if I can do it. Oh, and we gotta fix the tutorial stuff, but that's again after demo. I don't feel like I'll be doing it before demo. Actually, I don't even think I need that there. I just need to call that in the tutorial end. I need to call the tutorial end is most likely what needs to happen here. Right? I need to just jump to the tutorial end function. Is this your game state file? Oh, sorry. Bro, frick getting interviewed. There is endless questions. What do you mean? Is this the game state file? Game state file, what do you mean? Endless to the power of eternity? I'm wondering how I would actually do in an interview, because I know other local game devs that get interviewed for like different stuff. There's a guy who's making a game called for my local game dev group called Exit 3A, and I know he's been interviewed like for TV, I guess. I know he's been interviewed. I just can't remember who interviewed him. It depends on how bullied you are when you're young sports. Oh, you're talking about being introverted. Yeah, I am introverted, but I've been working myself out of it because I know I have to. If I'm going to stream part of it is streaming. If I'm going to stream and I'm going to like try to be a game dev, no, I mean this. So I don't understand. You mean talking about doing streaming? Sorry, I'm misunderstanding what you're saying. But if you're talking about like having to talk about my game to people, I know I had to get out of being completely like withdrawn and introverted, and it still is a problem. Like I still have a stupid problem talking to people or getting in front of people, but like I know I need to get past it. I mean, the question you ask in the interview reflect how good or bad a person you are. I'm not gonna lie. Oh, you're talking about like the interviewer coming at you. It just means their intentions, but most of the time, like for this type of stuff, they're not gonna like try to come after you for anything because they're just interviewing. It's like a fluff piece, right? They're just wanting to like, oh, local game dev making a game. Let's hear what he has to talk about, or let's just see what he's about. It's nothing like they're trying to hard grill you for facts on a murder or something like that. Like it's not like you have the scoop of the century. It's just a game that you're putting out. It's not like your game went and killed a bunch of little puppies. It's not, okay. We'll look at what function I need to call here. Okay, tutorial end. Is this tutorial exit? It's insane you have to put so much effort into like as a job. I would understand if you're getting paid as a legit basics. I guess you know what though? You work harder in like the jobs you get paid less. Like the more you get paid, it's about the more you know and how you apply things and how you get things done. Like I've worked harder in jobs I got paid nothing to do. That's the way. That's why the world is messed up as it is. I mean, if I have a degree, put forth effort, the world. Okay, but I mean, if I have a degree, put effort into this world, need to find a place for me to grow. Yeah, and that's kind of the problem is that, I hate to sound dire like this, but like people aren't looking to let you grow, either because they don't have time, or they don't care, or they're what do you call it? Insecure about themselves. They don't want to see other people succeed. You have to. Most of the world, I'll say most of the world. I feel like there are groups of people that do care. But for the most part, like in the corporate world, most of them just want what they want from you, and if you're not going to provide that, security is a word that summarizes what I mean. Yeah. But I tried to be like the opposite of that, and I know there are people that are the opposite of that want to help you succeed, other people succeed and grow. But you just have to be prepared to deal with a world where that's not going to be the case most of the time. My first job, I was lucky enough to like get that by impressing people that I was in the same class with. But I was always pushing myself forward to learn. Well, but from my several studies to people being how nice you are is inversely proportional to how much money you have. There is that, but I'm not. It's also who you surround yourself with, right? So in my day-to-day life, I don't surround myself with people like that. Just like I've told people here on the stream, I spent the last weekend sleeping on a cot next to in a side room of a gym because I was part of I'm part of a group that was housing unhoused people over the weekend. So you can put yourself in the orbit of good people, because that's who I work with, are good people who do stuff like that. Because I meet so many nice people, but they always don't have money, and that's enough to help people. If you get what I mean. No, I understand you're in a situation where you live. I'm guessing there's a level of poverty that is prevalent. And that's a situation here as well. But the standard of hiring, well, not to that extent. There is a level of that here. Not to the extent of where you live, but I can see how that would affect the way you look at things, right? Because I come from a poor background. I mean, I grew up, I was lucky to have a house for a while, even though it had roaches and rats in it. And then we lost that house, and I ended up like sharing a room with like an uncle for a while for like most of my high school years. So I've seen like loss and poverty, and how it affects people. It can affect you. It can affect you in a adverse way of that you turn inward and you feel like everybody's out for themselves, nobody cares. Or you can inversely see as there's a lot of people out there that need help, and I've been through it, so I can help them. You know, it depends on how you look at it, and also where you're coming from as well. Because like you said, you deal with probably a area that has a higher level of poverty than I've seen. I understand what you say, but I'm not at the level of poverty you're talking about. Yeah, I know. I'm not saying you. I'm saying like you probably live in an area that has like a higher prevalent poverty level. Poverty level. Good grief, I can't talk tonight. All right, what am I calling this function? From the pause menu, okay. Which I don't need anymore, but this stuff definitely needs to be called. So what happens is more poor people get help from others, and then rich people are rich, but I'm not at that level that I need help from government. Neither have a lot of money is the area I call the most cooked. And that is a problem. That is a problem where, yeah, you have communities that are poor that help each other out, and so they're stretching out their I want to call it wealth, because you're getting a connotation that there's a good amount of money. It's not, but they're stretching out their resources. They're stretching out their resources to help each other, and then you do have rich people that are just essentially collecting, are essentially pooling the money to themselves. And so it doesn't get back out into the community. That's a problem in the United States. Probably not to the level as where you're living, but it's been said like 10% of the wealthiest 10% in America make 90% of the money, or something like that. I'm probably wildly skewing that, but it's something similar to that I've heard said. We need to have a minimum wage policy. Yeah, you guys don't have a minimum wage, do you? We do here, and people are abusing it so bad. But I'm saying, you guys, you're in Egypt, if I remember correctly. You guys don't have minimum wage? I don't know. You do have minimum wage. Okay. Because we have minimum wage as well, and it used to be, oh, you don't. Okay, you don't. We have minimum wage, and so it used to be very low. And they recently, in the last couple of years, raised it to something that is still low for now, but it's not as low as it used to be, if that makes sense. So it's still like it's barely livable. In fact, I talked about helping unhoused people. Half of the people that I've helped have jobs. They just don't have houses. I mean, we have, but it isn't active so much. Like you get paid less, no problem. But we have, so we look better in front of other countries. Oh, okay. Yeah, it's not really a minimum wage, but it's a minimum wage in name only. I got you. Yeah, but yeah, like the minimum wage is so low that you can't afford to even have. It's not even a living wage. Here in the States, not for the cost of living. Where is this being called? So do I need to call this? I'm guessing that's not being called anywhere. Because this needs a change. This is not being called by the Pauls anymore. We'll call it exit 2. Menu. Let's call this. And this doesn't need to do this anymore. This needs to go ahead and call game menu switch. Okay, I think I got it. Is it Paul's level switch? Paul's level switch, okay. I really need to name my functions better. Whoa, that's a lot. Okay, sadly, rich people don't more coders. Okay, sadly rich people doesn't want more coders. They want more workers. So if you lost hope and go work any manual labor job, they won't care. That's a W for them. That is funny, as if they didn't care about pushing more workers. There still be a lot of workers. Like when I look at every place there is a person for a job, sometimes I'm like, how there's a person for each job? Like, how did he pick this profession? But there is and always will be kind of weird when you think about it. Okay, I'm trying to parse a lot of that. I mean, I'm guessing what you're saying is that they don't care about having skilled laborers. They're not really pushing in your country. They don't care about skilled laborers. They're just pushing for bodies to do work, essentially. Here, there's just like they don't care as much as they just want the skilled laborers. They don't care where they get them from. That includes like half my team that I work for at my current job is going to be from India. Yeah, they don't really care as long as they get the people in, the skilled laborers. So here they want the skilled laborers to the point that they don't even want like people without experience locally. They'll just go get them from overseas. Top tier, most required jobs, but because anyone has strong currency, get tons of them. Yeah. Yeah, you guys have a different situation here. Here, they want the skilled laborers and they want them now. They don't care to like train them or get them out of college or what have you. They'll just go grab them from another country or whatever. And I don't have a problem with that. But I would like to see them put more effort into, say, getting more people out of college, you know, more people. Like you can work, yeah, you can work your way out of a college degree. I don't have a college degree. I graduated from a technical school, and I was just lucky enough to be in the same class with some people who were looking for somebody. In Egypt, you don't have college degree. Your best bet is a pizza slice. Wow. Yeah. Sorry to hear that. Here, they push you for college, but you don't, in my opinion, you don't need college specifically. You can go to a trade school or an internship, or, you know, there are alternatives. Then people push college on you. And then you spend up, and then the college is so expensive, like it's hard to even pay that back. I'm still paying back college from when I went in the early 2000s. Colleges still don't land jobs. So, yeah, exactly. It's the same here. Like I was saying, like they do not care where the skilled laborers come from. They just want them now. They don't want the people that they have to train up, or people, you know, they'll wait for them to come out of college or whatever. Yeah, they just want them now. And I think that's a shame, because you're making a pool of people that are falling out of the market. They're falling out of your job market because they don't get the experience, and they have to go somewhere else to work to live. I have to go do something else to work to live instead of actually getting into the industry. Okay, and I need to get rid of that, but let's see if this worked. Okay, looks good, looks good. We need to fix that. I don't think we need both those buttons. All right, well, let's fix that. But I want to see about that pause button real quick. That pause menu real quick. Oh, there is one more thing I got to do with the game. I forgot. There is one thing we need to add to that list before demo. Where's the list? Okay. Graphics update. We need to do that. All these graphics need to get updated. Mr. Human Limits actually did some of that work for me already, but I really need to go back through and update all these graphics, because these are all the SD graphics from 10 years ago. Well, I want somebody to say my game is AI, man. I want somebody to try to actually say that. This game is 10 years old. And I've been building it for the past 4 years. I want somebody to say AI so I can show them my receipts. Oh, I ranting and forgot what I was doing. Back doesn't do anything, it breaks. Okay. Well, they call it slop cat. Yeah, slop crash. Yeah, I want them to do that. I just want them so I can just go. and then laugh at them. I mean, this would be so comedic. Okay, so we gotta fix those buttons, but let's go ahead and do our back out animation. So it's almost 2. But moving the stream to Friday night, I can actually stay later. I really do want to clean these buttons up, get this done. I don't want to come back and have to deal with these buttons again. Yeah, I need to do the animation, the back out animation. I bet it did it, didn't it? Oh, okay, I thought it changed those values. I was about to say. Oh, okay, I can't see, yeah. Okay, it won't let me get to 0. Okay, I see, you gotta delete this. Or it won't let me get to 1. So note to self, I have to always put in the first one. First, I have to put in the first one first. Okay. All right. I had the same job situation, but in a game they made an MMO game system that if you clear within the first 4 weeks of the raid, you get the title that shows that you cleared, and by that you can join the raid for upcoming weeks. That is funny. That is its title after it isn't attainable anymore. So how if someone didn't play at the time of proof that he cleared it, then it isn't. He will have to suffer each week. They proved. I'm hitting you with for real. I'm trying to parse out everything you said. So essentially, you have to earn this title in the first couple of weeks you play in the MMO to do certain raids. And so if you miss it, you kind of like feel like you left out. That's interesting. I feel like I had an idea like that. Like, I had an idea for an MMO where like places were destructible, but nobody wants that, because if you destroy the place and then some people come along and there's like, if you have destructible areas, players will destroy them and then there won't be any content. Miss it, you basically can't play it because you don't have proof to people that you click. Yeah, that's what I'm saying. Like if you don't get that title within the first, from what I understood what you said, if you don't get that title within the first couple weeks of playing, you can't play the raids. If I'm getting correct, if I'm understanding you. But I had like this idea a long time ago for this MMO where no, it's when the raid is released, not you starting to play it. Okay, when it's released. Okay, I got you. All right, that makes sense. But yeah, like essentially, you could have players come and try to destroy a town, and then you have the players that want to keep the town, defend it, and of course, if they lose, the town gets destroyed and everything in it is gone. But like, who wants to deal with that? And then that could be it causes a whole other problem inside the game as well, of like, you know, assets and all that stuff that you now can't use or whatever. So it was a young developer idea coming out the gate that I thought about. It doesn't make sense because if you are returning to the game, you can't progress it easily because like even if you have cleared, you don't have the title that they require. Yeah, I see what you're saying. Okay. Yeah, I was looking for. Am I not using this anymore? Just side question. Yeah, we're not even using that anymore. Well, doing some cleanup. Oh. I was looking for this. Yeah, because I don't think we need it. I don't think we need it here. We need it to go off screen when and it's mislabeled, but anyway. I mislabeled the animation, but and I need to go fix it because I know it's not completely set up. It needs to be on. Fix the animation. All right, that. Let's see if our button works. We clean up the button on the buttons on the pause menu. And I think if we can, I think we can also knock out real quick fixing that scroll bar, and then we are done with the updates I wanted to do. All right, let's go back in and see it again. It's crazy here how you can make people, you can make the home internet limited, so lots of people are convinced they need to buy or you get something get. So that's a question though. I wonder if it's different here because I don't pay by like the gigabit or anything like that. I pay for, I pay for a monthly plan that's part of, a service, a group of services I pay for. And so, like, I think there's probably a limit, but I never hit it. So it must be like you guys may pay on a different type of scale or something, or you pay per usage amounts. $100 GB per month. I really would like to see how much I use per month to understand the difference. Because I mean, like I live in a house with other people, so like, and they use internet constantly. But I wonder how close we ever get to like 140 gigabytes, especially with me, because I'm always downloading applications and stuff. Yeah, I'm sure I can go look it up. Because I know I did once. I was kind of shocked that I was using as much as I thought I was, but even then, I don't think I was using anywhere near 100 gigabytes. After setting internet yeah, no, I know I can go find it. I definitely know I can go find it. Okay. So for the settings, we need to. Here's how much do you use on PC? Yeah, I know because I work from home. Well, not now. I used to work from home. Now I'm hybrid, so I do like 3 days in the office, 2 days at home. But so I wonder how much data that uses plus what I normally use. Yeah, I'm sure the stream is eating a lot too, and I'm pushing to do 2 different platforms. Okay, the back button is broken. All right. The exit button works. So we just need to get rid of that back button. Oh, wait a minute. No, the back button, it has to work for the levels. Hold on. But I don't think that's the same button. Exit button here works. All right. Okay. So it's a different button, I believe. So this is the pause exit button. What's that back button? Is that the... I need to see it in the level. Figure out which one is which. So that's that one. I don't think I need to delete it. I think I need it gone. This one probably needed to stay. The pause back button is there as well. Nope, not two. What's not gonna need that one. Yeah, that was off screen. Wait, what is this big call? Hold on. That's got to be called somewhere else outside of this. And I probably I need to start documenting that. Things that are called by Unity events need to be documented in code. All right. run a couple tests to see if this is working like we think it is. Okay. That's fine. Tutorial. Go ahead, let's get to the tutorial. Okay, settings. I think we got it. I think that's it. I'm gonna clean some code and then I want to figure out that scroll bar real quick, and I think we're good. Get to all the things I've commented out here. I don't think we use that anymore. Yeah, I don't think we use that anymore. Leave that in case I ever want to go back to having a star field. Everything. Am I using this? No. Nope. Nope. I think that's everything here. Just scanning. Anything I wait out for right now. Oh, sorry, I missed that. I didn't hear what you said. I was so wrapped up in what I was doing. Okay, I would like to ask you a weird question, but if you had college or engineering and couldn't find a job, would you start a career as a baker, for example, or stick to engineering till you find what you do? So that's a good question. That's kind of asking the question of what would you do if like you could reverse time, right? I definitely wouldn't be a baker because I don't. I like building things, right? So my career, even though I want to like do games and make content, I picked a career that was at least aligned to something I like doing. Even though like sometimes I don't get to do the fun part of that, because it's usually whatever they pay you to do. But it would always be aligned with something I'm interested in, right? Something that plays to my skills in general, which coding is definitely part of my skill set. It plays to the way I think and the way I process information, I guess. So it would, if I hadn't gone to school for engineering, I don't actually know, man. That's kind of like it's a Wonderful Life, where like Clarence makes it so like you never were born, and then you see how the world is if you were never around. That's kind of like if you're going back and trying to change something fundamental in your life, you really would have no idea how that would affect you. When you make games specifically for your effects for your. You will make effects for your game. I mean, I've kind of already done that. I had a Starfield at one point, but it was too expensive. I've got things like light explosions and camera shakes, but I don't want like to be. I try to be sparing with the effects because I don't like it when like people are doing like particle pollution, I guess, all over the screen, and you can't tell what's going on. Like they're trying to dazzle you too much to even give you visual information about what's actually happening. But I've done some particle work. Now for something like Infernal Arena, I want somebody else to do it because that's going to be more in-depth work. I think that's everything. Everything that I want to get. All right, let's see if we can fix this scroll bar real quick because I'm really getting tired of looking at it not being at the top when you go in. Actually, we need to test to make sure we didn't break anything. I know, man. I hate the scroll bars in Unity, man. I dislike them fundamentally. It's like this. And if I was smart, I would do something like put an up and down arrow here so you can just see that you can scroll. Because the scroll bar is just so you... Because one of the things when I first play tested, nobody would like scroll like with their, with the mouse. I want to do touch controls eventually if we ever get to the tablet version or phone version of this game. Did you make a Not yet. I want to, but I know like for the touch controls, I need to do a whole other input profile, and I just don't want to do it right now. especially since getting to mobile means I have to go through Google Play, and I've heard they can be a pain. So there may or may not be a mobile based on that, and the interest. Do you well in mobile advertisement? I have not actually thought about it, honestly. I could see like maybe putting a little ad. You talking about like putting ads in the game? I can see maybe a little ad in some spots or something. You know, nothing crazy. Also, not sure if you can publish a game directly to Play Store or you need to pay like Steam. You need to go through their acceptance process, and I heard it's very it could be a lot. Like the first part is just getting 10 people to say that they play tested your game. I know that's one part of it. I know a guy who launched the game and he decided, and I think his game would have been perfect on mobile, but he just didn't do it because he didn't want to go through Google Play. Okay. All right, let's fix the scroll bar, or at least try to. I just need it when you come in to scroll to the top. That's all I need, which means I need the name of it. Yeah, but what I would love is if I could find and know that there's a scroll bar plugin out there that I could buy and it will work, then I would do that. But the free ones I've all tried have been broken in some way, so I'm afraid to go buy one. So level list, and it is this, isn't it? Yeah. What's the level? Yes. Oh, skull bar. Where to put you? What is, when I hit the play button, what is called? Game level setup? Game level setup. Oh, that's not the, yeah, the play button takes you to the level list. That function doesn't sound like it's properly named. Game level selection. Okay, hold on. Go look at the actual name of this. Selection switch. Uh, value? Value 0.5. I wonder why I'm doing that. Let's see how it does. All right. Okay, I didn't like something there. 3. You know what? And I also meant to test if the tutorial stuff was going to cause an issue. I know there's a bug in there I forgot to check for. But 341 though. Okay, so we've not called the right thing. Oh, because it's here. I gotta remember, I cannot do that. What activates this? So it does. It's active when it comes in there. Okay. So I just have to get it. It's the dumbest thing. All right. that. Didn't do anything. That's the value it needs to be at. I will go look after we get this done. I will also go look for that bug. I noticed a way to trigger a bug with tutorial stuff if you go through the levels, the level button. But I may have fixed it unknowingly. Who knows? Still. You know what? What if it needs to be... Okay, when is this populated? That's probably when this needs to happen. Because that's the big problem. The big problem with that whole thing is that it dynamically populates that the scroll area, so the scroll area just doesn't know what to do after that. Where are we populating this stuff at? Right here. Okay, there we go. Man, that still sucks, but whatever. At least it's not visibly terrible. Okay. Let's see if we can trigger that. Trigger that bug. Oh, I forgot about the end of this too. There's no exit at the end of this. Oh, actually there is. There is. You just have to call it. But I tell you to hit the pause button. All right, let's go all the way through. I just may need to change what I said. Oh, I destroyed it early. Okay, I just need to get rid of this part. I think we're good. Yeah, it's still broken. Crap. How would you make an image go up and down in Unity? Just tell me the concept, see if I get it right. So it has transforms, so you would update the transform. So you up and down right now is X and Y because I'm working in 2D. Where in 3D, I think it's well, up and down. Obviously, you said image make up down. Up and down here is Y, and then in 3D it's also Y, but you normally work on X and Z, unless you're going up and down. Yeah, up and down is only Y, but like here you don't use Z. That's what I was thinking about. Where in 3D you would use X and Z to move around on a level, and then Y to go up or down on a plane. And then Y to go up and down. So you would add one and subtract one to the original position. Well, depending on which way you go. So you got to remember you got orientation in 3D. So here, yes, plus and minus moves you up and down in 2D. In 3D, you could be facing positive or negative, right? So up or down becomes relative at that point. But I think you still would be positive Y going up. But you could reorient yourself and the camera to be up or down. To make it relative, essentially. Yeah, that breaks that. Okay. Why does it break that? And do I want to fix this tonight? So for this big man, that show in the game is changing the transform by adding a value to increment shown on the screen. Okay, so for this big man, I'm talking about the character in the game, the tutorial character. So for this big man, that in show in the game is just change the transform by adding a value to it incrementally till it shows on screen right. Yeah, I'll actually show you that. Where are we at? It is opening intro. It's the next function. And plus I can go ahead and make that change to that text. Yeah, right here. It's always there. You instantiate. Yeah, I should. It's always there. And I probably should do better about not having it on screen unless you do the tutorial, but it's not really hurting anything. But here you go right here. So here's the model. I get the transform. And then I'm updating the position of the transform. I'm keeping the X the same, but I'm doing Y plus time delta times the move speed, which is 0.25. And so I'm calling this function in a loop so that when it finally gets higher than this is when it's supposed to stop calling this and go here. Yeah. Now some people wouldn't do it in code. Some people would do it like calling the animation. I mean, yeah, doing a movement animation. I just found it easier to do it this way, where I can control when it stops. I don't have to worry about using a animation event to know when it stopped moving, to then kick off the code for the next part. Okay. How are we gonna fix this tonight? Okay, so it sets this to active. When you hit the play button, because when you hit when you hit this, it's gonna get rid of all this stuff. I don't think I'm gonna fix this tonight. I think it's gonna be bigger than that. Because I have to, because once you hit this play button, it gets rid of all this. It makes it inactive. And so I have to do the exact opposite. Coming out of the tutorial. How would I do that though? Yeah, this is looking like a problem for another night. Because I also need to figure out what's after this anyway. I don't know if next we're going to work on the localization or we're going to work on the graphics updates. That means I have to go in all those graphics files and regenerate them in preparation. And I still have to figure out what's wrong with them. Because we had an issue, Mr. Human Limits looked at them and fixed them. There's still an issue where they're like coming off the wrong color. And I have to really look in those files and figure out what's going on. So we may just add this bug to work on tomorrow. Not tomorrow, but on Monday. In fact, that'll be a short stream anyway. That'll probably be just what we do that stream, is just fix that bug. Because I can't see digging into the translation that night anyway. Okay, so that's what we'll do. We'll call it for tonight. I want to thank Ribbon for hanging out, and Robin, and David, and Mr. Human Limits, and Crappy for stopping by. Hopefully I didn't miss anybody else. Any lurkers that came through, much appreciated. I will be back on Monday. Be finishing up this work and kind of figuring out what's next to work on. But until then, y'all, stay safe out there. Make some games, or in Ribbon's case, study your butt off. Do some projects to help you get, get your experience in and your knowledge base growing. And I will see you next time.